Hello everyone, welcome back to Disco Elysium. This is part 11 of our sort of becoming long-running series on playing this game. Still enjoying the process, still learning new things about Revachol and Kim Kitsuragi and our main character and everyone around, in fact. Our last episode saw us dealing with the trappers. We had investigated all the traps. We didn't actually find the cryptid, but we did find evidence that something ate the bait, which is interesting, because we didn't think that would even happen. We also dealt with the punks, and we got one of their leather jackets. That was pretty cool. It was the one that I don't want to say the name out loud. Unfortunately, we couldn't get both jackets, though. And now we're back in Whirling in Rags after our day trip over to the other side of the island. We are now going to talk to the trapper and his wife, who have been reunited for the first time in the whole game, and see what they have to say about what I found, which is no cryptid. Alright, so here we go.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we left on good terms. So that's good, at least. Hopefully everyone will be happy. Also, we got a new stuffed bird to replace for our hotel manager guy. I'm spacing on his name, but I'm sure I could remember it eventually.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
No, it's okay. It was just on my way while I was working the case.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
It's okay.
It's a tie.
Oh.
Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
There is one white check available to you just outside the hotel, tire tracks and a broken fence where the entrance to the backyard is. All past streams you mistook it for something else. Okay.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
What? No, I already did all this. Oh, okay, so I'm meant to get the tie then, and that's kind of the whole interaction. I thought there'd be more to say there. Oh, this thing is pretty wild looking. A slender bolo tie held together by an antique clasp in the shape of a bird skull. The skull features 8 cavities for eyes. It's disturbing, but you can't look away. It's very Bloodborne, isn't it? Kind of like it. Now, if I wear it, it'll replace my horrific necktie. So you won't get these random interjections, unfortunately, so I feel a bit bad to do that. Let's see if you have anything else to say.
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He gives you a gruff pat on the shoulder. He does look like he would do gruff things, doesn't he? Scruff McGruff.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial.
Yeah, there we go.
But inside, this man is itching for some news.
Yeah, he's itching, all right. He's been out in the mud for a week. So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And
one of them was empty. Special empty, though.
completely empty?
The cryptozoologist's eyes grew wide. Yes, there was nothing in the trap, no locust, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
By the way, I saw someone cosplay as Lena, and I thought that was so cool. It's like, such a specific character, but also kind of awesome that you did that.
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his chin. And I wouldn't have even known who that character was had I not played the game recently. It's so specific, but I'm glad I got the reference.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
That That's one conclusion I suppose you could draw.
Of course, more clever.
Kim is like a stand-in for me being the skeptic in this scenario. I feel like we need to tell Kim respectfully, we don't know if the world works the same here as it does on our Earth. Maybe it's real, but yeah, I don't like that they're jumping back to like moving the goalposts to it's more clever now.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread.
Yeah, I don't want to crush their spirits because I know this means a lot to them, and ultimately they're not really harming me, although I'm not a big fan of if they are spreading falsehoods as a result of their pursuit.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news.
You don't know that.
We'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
You don't know what could have gotten the locusts out of there. We have nothing to go off of.
Another trip to the reeds.
That's exactly what it is, what a deft hunter, this Phasmid. I don't know, I'm not persuaded, or are you sure that you've exhausted all alternative explanations? I don't think that number 3 is particularly rude or anything. It's just sort of like, double check your work.
Of course we have.
Oh. His face flushes with indignation. I guess I was supposed to butter him up there.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation to rule out other hypotheses.
Yeah, see, I'm on your side, really. I want you to find this thing, but I want you to do it correctly.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. But what other explanation could there be?
Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to be the one to come up with it, I guess.
Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol is yours.
Oh, thanks very much. No problem.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
What do you mean, what really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
I know this is a bit indirect to say, but, like, helping people around the case might help you find solutions in the case. Whether or not it's something where they're directly involved or if they're indirectly involved. They're in the area approximately around it. I can't imagine engendering goodwill toward you during the course of this investigation would really be bad. The reason people don't do it is because they're not funded to do it. In this case, we're in a very particular scenario where we have, like, tenuous connection to a larger force, but they're not really that concerned with our specific actions. We're kind of here doing what we have to do. So, like, in this case, I think helping people is always the best thing to do, but in this case, also helps us too.
Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locust, 92%. I mean, if I don't pass this, I'll be a little bit dismayed.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed.
Yeah,
as
though
though
shaken, not stirred.
Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap.
Are you telling me children have stolen all the locusts out of that trap? Is it those two brothers? Two brothers.
You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I don't want to talk to him, though. I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locusts. This is a really kind of out there theory, because that trap is quite far away. And Kuno never leaves his post. Right? He's got Kuno S watching over him. He's meant to stand there and throw stones at that tree, because the body's gone. I don't know what he's doing now.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him to have some reason, though.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Oh, so now we've got to blend that into our Kuno discussion. Kuno eats bugs. Kuno will fuck you up. I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Doesn't sound like it's really his favorite. No, it doesn't.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Lena, you started this goodwill train with the kind green ape pen, and I'll never forget that. It was a gesture of goodwill that brought me back from the edge of the void. The kind green ape watches over us in care and kindness and compassion.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play Suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
What do you mean, let's play Suzerainty? I thought Suzerainty was a submissive country in... I forget how the phrasing works. It's a place, not a game?
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass under the radar. You won't get a chance to talk after you walk out of here.
Oh.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Yeah, I get it. Authority and drama both want to warn me.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play Suzerainty, but...
Oh, wait. Suzerain is the place. The suzerain is a state that controls another. What the hell? Okay, so it's both? Is it a board game they made up after this state of being? Sorry, I'm really bad at describing this. It's just a board game in this world. You're overthinking it.
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not.
I only just learned what that
anywhere.
word meant recently, so it was shocking that it has two meanings now.
mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open, and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
Really? They'll steal your bugs? Like diplomacy or risk. Okay.
Morale, it's been fun.
Or Portal.
Really, but I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
I tried to play the Portal board game once in a public coffee house, thinking, oh, I like Portal, this'll make sense. Little did I know, it was like a 30-page instruction booklet with instructions beyond my comprehension. I'm simply not smart enough to play the Portal board game. And so it was very awkward, and I don't think I would play that game again. All right, he's got to go when the tea is done.
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of Suzerainty today, though. We're going to follow
Oh,
this
thank goodness you agree with me, Newtsy. I was so worried that I was just extremely dumb. That might still be the case, but at least I feel vindicated slightly by someone agreeing. It was a big mistake to try to learn that in public.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
Uh-huh. Well, I've already talked to him about all these things, so... Some locusts have gone missing. We've got to find missing locusts now. It's a real job of a cop. And the Insulindian phasmid is yet to be found. Perhaps you can use your detective skills to help out the cryptozoologists. Ask Kuno about the empty trap, take a look around the yard, find out the real reason why the trap was empty. Local kids might know. There's actually quite a few local kids, apparently. But I've
Hello, officer.
got to figure out... wait, where is the other guy? That guy?
I really owe you one for getting us out of those reeds, officer.
That
Finally,
portrait
got all
looks
that soot
almost
out of my
nothing
head.
like that character. That's
Name's
like
Gary.
very, very different. He has a different hair color, a different hairstyle. I mean, his face doesn't look the same. The collar's different. there's almost nothing actually alike. I just thought that was another random person, not this guy. Anyway.
Yellow man. I mean,
Wow.
officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man, might this be the owner of that mug you found in the trash? This is something to ask him about after a little probing first.
Yeah, I'm more of a city boy too.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
This man respects authority too much to see you for what you are. Pretend thou art a sober man.
Drama's helping me out here because I don't know how to steer on this one. I'm neither of those things, I can assure you. I'm a by-the-books, clean as a whistle, teetotaling officer. I'm not even tempted to such intoxicants.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
His gaze shifts to the floor tiles.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said yellow man, that's not something many people go around saying.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course.
Yeah,
No
of course.
offense
You're just
meant to
asking
anyone.
questions. It's all just a joke, lol. Why are you so offended? Right? That kind of thing. Alright, I believe you. You look like the kind of man who knows it's a crime to lie to an officer. I'm gonna go with that.
Okay. I admit it. I
Gotcha.
threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
Nah, Gary. I just want information.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again.
I did it as a negotiation tactic. I figure he'll feel indebted to me, that he now owes me something, and I'd rather get his information than his money. In this case, I think that's more useful.
I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
I don't know what that is, but I'll assume it's a slur or something.
What did you do, Gary?
I get more racism as a reward. Oh, great.
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Yeah, this is what we need to know. How did you get into the trash container? Because it was locked, and the only person that has the lock, or the key, is this guy over here with the bird.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection
Exactly.
services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash
Why?
containers of Martinez,
Why would you need to get into everyone's trash?
so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
He bows shamefully like a fallen knight, like a Batman.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
Right, Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into the trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
What is it like? Go ahead.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic
Yeah,
duty.
you're so well behaved. The lieutenant remarks drolly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
A series of clicks like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. That's really specific. What the hell is that? I can't even speculate. I have no idea what that would be. Yeah, he lost his marbles. All right, so what's the strange sound then?
What sound?
The clinking when you moved.
Really?
He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless.
There's lots of weird sounds in a bar like this, though. Pinball, glasses clinking. Could be someone playing pinball.
Is there a pinball table in here? I don't know that there is.
Maybe it was pinball.
Is it pinball? All right, apparently logic was successful. What? How is that the sound of clinking like glass marbles is pinball? I know what pinball sounds like. I never describe it like that. Very odd. You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing. There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
But I can't because he's going to leave. Let's move on for now.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Let's talk more, and then we'll get to composure towards the end, I guess. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, and tell me why your portrait doesn't look anything like your actual body. Is that your idealized self? And it's entirely dissonant. Oh, is that the explanation for all of this? The portrait is their idealized self, but we're seeing them as they actually are in reality. It might be that simple, actually.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin. Odd, I'd say.
Are you wearing someone else's skin?
Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though.
It might.
Something else.
He was so uncomfortable from all the shifting around he had to murder. Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
You think it's Harry's interpretation? I'm trying to see why Harry would see him like that particularly, but I don't know.
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids. This could lead to a good one.
I'm into cryptids. Do you have a favorite?
Oh, yes. The burning rhino.
That's a good one.
Morel doubts he's real, but I don't much care, because I won't be the one looking for him out in Safra Sarai.
I like the crab of crabs. It's a crab that is made up of smaller, numerous crabs. And when they scuttle as a big group. It's kind of impressive to see. What's a burning rhino?
A rhinoceros that looks ordinary during the day, but burns brightly by night. Well, at least the males do.
They burn? How do they burn?
They have special ducts just above their shoulder blades that secrete a combustible fluid. When the rhino is just beginning to light itself, it looks as though it has wings of fire.
Do any animals produce combustible fluid? I know the pistol shrimp snaps its claw so fast that it creates plasma because of the vacuum suction of being underwater and the water pressure. That's not exactly a fluid, though. It's, you know, dealing with the environment. It's just a very strange thing. A burning rhino.
But how is this combustible fluid lit?
How does the lighting of this fluid actually work?
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat.
To build heat.
Then stops, raises its head, and sparks fly from its neck, setting its back ablaze.
What? It builds heat? Seems unlikely.
Yeah, well, Revocol used to be a flaming rhino once, a long time ago. That seems unlikely too, doesn't it?
Why did he pronounce it like alcohol? It's not Revocol, it's Revishol. Are you such a crypto-fascist that you forgot how the word's pronounced, or you're just not from around here, I guess?
Super solid argument, Gary. Can't argue with that.
Sick-ass burn rhetoric. Why only the males? Oh, is that why it... I was gonna say, is that why it builds heat?
The flames are not just for decoration. They are an integral part of the beast's
Oh
mating.
my god, they light on fire and they bone? What a scene that is! How
During
so?
the burning rhino's mating season, herds of male rhinos, all aflame, encircle herds of female
What is
rhinos,
this story?
forming a fiery ring as they begin to copulate loudly.
You seem to be into it, so...
Local peasants call it the passion ring.
Of course they
They
do.
fear the rhinos, as perhaps they should. Anyway,
The lieutenant sighs without looking up from his notes. It's clear the burning rhino is dear to him on many levels, some even spiritual.
What a story. You were so surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
What do you do with stuff like that? Where he's, like, completely apologetic, but is, like, basing it in a standard of racism that's, like, so banal that it's just tossed out like nothing. It's just, like, a weird type of ignorance because it doesn't... I don't know if it's meant out of malice in this particular context. But it's, you know, don't do that.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
I do remember that, yeah. I think so. Sorry, as you know, I've been having problems with my memory. No, I do remember, yes.
Well, this is that racist.
Yes, our lucky racist. Will you grant us 3 wishes, Gary?
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
Do you have a problem with Sealites? The lieutenant is native of Revishol. Yes. What are they doing? Oh, okay. Lieutenant's a native of Revishol.
Yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's
Who
change the
cares?
subject. Okay?
Man, I thought we'd learn more about the clinking sound. It's not a good amount of chance there. What do I do here? Do I pop a point? I kind of want to know about the clinking sound pretty badly. Well, I would do it first. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I do have points to give. I can put one more in, so... Yeah, it's a low percent chance. It's like... It's a little worse than 1 in 3. Oh yeah, composure close. Well, sure, let's... Let's see if I have any composure clothes. That's fair. Analyze Gary's composure to find out if he's hiding something more. Oh, I do have green snakeskin shoes. That will help. So that's already a little better. And I think that's it.
Once more, you hear that odd clicking sound.
Yeah, it's
coming from
actually
Gary.
quite a bit better.
That shirt
Hey!
looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Hi, Kefka. Doing all right. How are you? His massive musculature? Something worn underneath it, yeah.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor. for
Oh!
example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Oh, that's so much more obvious than I thought it was going to be. I hadn't really almost any single idea of what that clicking sound could have been, and it wasn't pinball. I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
You were trying to keep the armor. Why are you still wearing it? He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
We love sincere shame.
Gary, what's going on?
It's like, what is happening here in this place?
I took the hangman's cuirass. I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to take it?
God damn it, Gary.
Freaking Gary.
I know.
Shame on you.
Awful Gary.
Give the cuirass to the officer at once.
He didn't mean to, though. You know, all is forgiven. It was just an accident.
Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt. But he's always helped us, given us a place to stay. And he's followed Morel into God knows what jungles.
Are you having trouble with a VPN on Twitch? Yeah, they probably don't like VPNs because it will confuse where the ads are supposed to run. And they really hate when people try to run VPNs to subvert ads running at all. So yeah, they probably try to disable that, and it probably broke a bunch of stuff. Unfortunate.
He's a loyal friend.
Why did you really put the clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
Why are you so concerned about that?
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early
How
in
did
the
you
morning.
even do that?
No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
Like, we couldn't really get to the rope to let him off the tree, so like, how did you get up to his torso and take it off? It sounds like a lot of difficulty. But I have Twitch Turbo, so I wasn't trying to subvert them. Oh, yeah, they probably don't even know or care, though. Like, I just figured if they see it at all, it's a problem.
It's okay. It was
I'm
an
not judging.
illusion.
I don't care.
And you
It's-
are tying
do what
it
you gotta
up
do.
now.
Yeah, it's a very strange story about him
I'm so
stealing
fucking
that.
sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
What's happening? Shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Is this supposed to be his, like, redemption arc or something? I don't really understand what we're doing here. Give me the armor.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Cool. Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
He was staring at nothing in particular.
He's a scaredy cat.
Don't dishonor cats like that, Lena. He's just a coward, I think. You have to agree, right? It's a little mixed messaging, because we're getting information from our own internal processes, like rhetoric or drama or whatever was telling us. Esprit de Corps was telling us, like, no, he's being sincere. He really means it. He is sorry that he said a racist thing. Which is, I feel like that's breaking the fourth wall and going, oh, like, I know we built this character up to be racist, but now he's sorry. So, like, what do you do with that? Anyway, you're probably right. I think it is just still being insincere, but, like, it's a little confusing. Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
Oh, wait, maybe the honesty bit was not to establish the narrative of his racism, but instead to establish the credibility with which he attests to some of these crimes. That when he gives you this information, you might be able to trust it despite his racist viewpoints, maybe?
This is all he knows.
Yeah, so some vague, kind of general, useless stuff. Are we done, Gary?
Yes, absolutely.
We're
I
so
will
done.
never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. Alright, well, quiver by yourself now, Gary. You dink. What shoes did I have before? Empathy shoes? Probably empathy shoes. Oh no, I had the boots on. Perception boots. They don't really suit that outfit that much, but that's okay. Okay, we've finally completed a task. A rare thing. Oh, the armor I got is wearable. Oh, right, it's right here. Oh, it looks so weird. It looks like something from Phantasy Star. Pain threshold +1, thicker skin, +1 volition, borrowed confidence, -1 empathy, mania of invulnerability. This vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. So it looks like folded up garbage. Amazingly, it fits under your coat. And it also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. I'm not really sure I understand the strength or integrity qualities of porcelain very well. My understanding of porcelain makes me wonder, if you were struck in the chest with concussive force, would you not get shards of porcelain embedded in your torso? But apparently it redistributes the kinetic energy, so it wouldn't do that. I don't know.
Can I help you?
Garta, I found a new bird for the whirling. Give him the ruffled grouse.
What is this thing?
Ruffed grouse. The man takes the stuffed bird. It's no biggie. I just thought it would look nice up on the wall. I'm that kind of cop.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
I thought he hated it. He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
Yeah, because, like, we started in a mess, so just chaos, just nonsense. Probably why the name Whirling in Rags is what they went with there. And we're, like, slowly atoning for some of these mistakes. I'm not sure we can atone for all of these mistakes, ultimately. And maybe that's more to do with the messaging of how we end up at the finale of whatever happens in this story. I do feel like we're trying, though, which is better.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy.
Yeah, I've
He
found that
likes
in my
it.
life as well.
He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
Very specific. Yeah, whenever I give people a taxidermied bird, they always look at me like, is this really what we're doing? And I'm like, yeah, we're getting a bird. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm getting a bird, I guess. All right. It's like, why you gotta be a dick? Enjoy it. It's a stuffed grouse.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Yeah, a little bit. Also, it's fantasy material armor. I thought there really were ceramic armor plates. Like, they use them in tanks, I thought. I know they use metal, but, like, don't they also use... the role of the ceramic is to fracture the projectile or deform the projectile nose upon impact. Erode and slow down the projectile remnant as it penetrates the shattered ceramic layer, and redistribute the impact load over a larger area, which can be absorbed by ductile polymer or metallic backing. I see.
It's not actually about that.
Didn't think I'd be learning
he
about
liked it.
armor materials in this game, but, you know, another thing. Okay. 2 tasks down. We've reunited a couple. We've helped look into cryptocurrency. A cryptid. I don't know why I wanted to say that. We found the armor. We've given the bird. Time to save. We've been given the bird. Gary, you got anything else before I leave and never see you again?
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Yeah. Okay, goodbye. I still want to get in this damn blue door, though. I don't think anything will have changed.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
I can ask for some of that brew.
Acknowledging your presence.
No, I don't think we want that brew. Thank you, though. Perlit booth armor. Love a good booth on a Saturday. Locked. He's so different. Yeah, I'd have to come back for that one. What about these 2 guys here, the undercover cops, the... What do they have to say?
Yes?
Nothing.
What is it?
Again?
Nothing.
I can't.
Okay. Just had to try you out, you know? Just in case. Try Titus? Okay, yeah, why not? Titus, my favorite power armor wearing super soldier.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
That's me, a clown. Honk honk. I found someone who saw the hanging, a witness.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
My witness isn't a local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fellow?
He scratches the back of his head, by the way.
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised.
What is the subtle distinction between alarm and surprise? Is that like a 0.5% escalation from surprise to alarm?
This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Yeah. Alarm means he would be worried about it. Surprise means he just didn't expect it. I guess the way I used the word, I would have just thought one is a slightly more stress-inducing version of the other. But not necessarily there's a massive distinction. I would almost use them interchangeably. Alright, let's just say he's a high-ranking government official. That seems pretty specific still. And leave it at that. Yeah, okay, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try.
Michigander. Titus looks over his shoulder to his men.
MI is short for Moral Intern. Moral Intern is short for Moralist International, the coalition that runs Revachol.
I was reading that as Mora Lintern, not Moral Intern. And now in retrospect, that seems really silly. Why would I group the words that way instead of the way that it actually forms words? I think I was reading it as a place, not as an abbreviation, and that's probably where that came from. Moral Intern sounds like a lovely name. Moral Intern? That's just sort of bureaucratic and lame. And that's what it actually is.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
Fly fishing still works sometimes, you know. Not when I do it, but some people do it. The witness said the hanging went down very quietly, no shouting or commotion. The witness said he saw two people of Aeropagite descent. Sorry if I butcher that. And one mask. The witness said it all looked like a surreal play. Well, this is the only one that really could identify specifics. This is still they're all useful in some way, but this is the most specific.
Arabagite? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there, too. I already told you. We were all there.
Okay, it said it went down very quietly. No shouting, no commotion.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Bragging about it.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
What is with the cowbells? You need more of them.
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
I'd imagine you guys drinking and singing lynching songs. What's with the funeral silence?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
That guy just looks like a real dude that I've seen before.
Right, I'm convinced.
I don't know why some of them don't look real, but he just looks like more of a human.
Just a regular hanging.
That I've seen in my life.
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
The witness said it all looked like a surreal play.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever. Doesn't mean anything.
What? Why are you concerned about it being flaccid? You much prefer the MI erect cocks. What do you want?
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
Uh-huh.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
He writes it in his notebook.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
So it's just like a gradual, slow degradation of their ability to keep a secret over a long period of time. Enough about the witness.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to people. Get a reaction. Don't have to go to cop school to try that.
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing great.
Okay, Glenn.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
Oh, thanks, Eugene.
So much bluster
Nice
to
guy.
hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
Authority time. Godly 16, 28%. They found me weak when we first met, but we've got +3. I still find that a little bit unfortunate. I don't know if I want to roll a 28%. We could look at possibly authoritying up. And we could possibly put a point in it after we try it. But let's see what we got to choose from here. Let's let Titus walk away. Let's authority up. Oh, this is -2 to authority. Probably don't want that. It almost feels like you should be able to choose your clothing strictly from the stat question that it answers. No, I have nothing that gives me authority. Do I have anything on currently that lessens my authority? No. You know what would probably increase my authority, though? If I was holding this. But no, I don't think it works that way, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know. Alright, so that's not gonna happen. Do I give it a roll anyway and just see if we get it? Or should I just, like, come back later? Maybe I'll find clothes with authority on them? Yeah, I don't know. There's not that much of a downside to doing it.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Alright, let's see what the clowns can uncover. Send in the clowns!
You have so
Clowns have
many
failed.
bad options ruled out, it's insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
I'm not getting my gun. I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. Point your finger.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing
Are you talking
wrong.
about Kuno? I got a list for you, buddy. Kuno's done some things.
All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't
He's got like a
watching,
freaking
fascia.
meth lab
People
or
here
something.
trust us. We're getting complaints.
Wait, what? What?
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
I haven't said anything racist.
Of course you have. You've been calling people kipped left and right, inciting race violence in my town.
No, I haven't.
Kylie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the kips out of Revachol before the economy goes to shit.
It's a lie. There's no race rally.
Sure there is. Kylie said they're bulk purchasing confetti, ribbons too, and loudspeakers, and fireworks. Kylie works at the carnival shop, you see.
Oh, is this shit that I did when I was knocked out drunk? Fucker. Ruined my credibility because of your drinking problem.
Get the fuck out of here, you
God
racist
damn it.
carny. There'll be no race rally in my town.
Yeah, you're damn right there won't be.
What happened? We got absolutely wiped. Let's go before it gets worse.
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real? Please don't set up any rally.
I don't want to set up
It'll
any
make you
rally.
look awful. There is no rally. Come on. Just ask questions. You need to put this race rally.
Alright, I'm gonna go shit myself now. Goodbye. That didn't go very well. They're just fucking with me? I thought that at first, and then I was like, but maybe they're not, and maybe I just don't have any clue, because I was doing all the stupidest, worst things before I woke up that morning. I don't know why he would do that, though. You're probably right. He probably just was fucking with me. Like, all of the things he's been doing that were destructive have been self-destructive. I don't think he's done racist stuff, as far as I know. Right, so you kept telling me there was something about tire tracks I'm supposed to look at here. Oh, I guess it's this.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Yeah, I never did this. 72%. I might have actually looked at the roll at one point and said, like, I don't want to risk this yet because I didn't understand how white checks worked. And now that I know it's repeatable, it's no problem. But I think I probably was like, maybe I can get this up higher or something.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber.
I mean, I won't be surprised if the same people that did the waste disposal also may have crashed through there. Might have had something to do with the body.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags.
That's pretty funny, though, to not have investigated this thing that's immediately right next to us. Yeah, the driver started there.
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager.
Yeah, you think you think I did it? I was banking off the roof of buildings at one point, so... Why the pang of guilt again?
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
This is where I started off with my motor carriage before it sunk into before sinking it into the sea.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
Yeah, that fence, I couldn't have done anything about that. Is that all there is? Case closed.
The tracks are as they have ever been, a bit more worn perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
Alright. Guess we're done with that. I'll never be able to speak to her on the roof. What's our plan now? So I could talk to Kuno about locusts. Don't really want to do that very much, but I might. Let's go down the list here. Missing insects, get yourself organized. Oh, I gotta go to the meeting at 2200 hours. That's like a little ways away yet. I could paint the wall. Talk to Asil about her associates. After you've helped them set up the nightclub. Help them set up the nightclub. Solve the egghead puzzle. Split a kilo with Kuno. I gotta ask about the tattoos. Call Alice back in a day. I think that's still tomorrow. I don't think that's now. Ask Kuno. Okay, there's like multiple things I've got to ask Kuno about. He knows maybe about the armor. He knows about the bugs. Maybe. I can't prove my authority. Can't find my gun. I thought there was more to do still. Alright, looks like we're talking to Kuno, unfortunately. Gotta talk to people about the dead body on the pier. Oh, I still have to investigate the body properly. But that's all the way on the other side, so, you know, we're gonna do this first. Kuno's fucking electricity. 20,000 volts. Kuno volts. This is when he's bored.
Does Kuno care?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
Pretty much exactly word for word what I thought you would say.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
That's not shocking, but sure.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Yeah, we don't like bugs here.
Shut up, C.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
That is pretty sad, yeah. Now hold on, no one is lame here. Just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
I like how he regularly extends his arms like he's receiving adulation from an invisible crowd. That's just such a, like, perfect gesture for him.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
The city of Cyberpunk 2077. Kuno, is this about Rage City?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, C. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
I feel like there's
Kuno
nothing to
doesn't
talk
fucking
about.
Care.
Oh no.
Fuck,
Kuno.
does Kuno care?
Kuno, we haven't learned anything.
Kuno doesn't.
Very frustrating child. Find out the real reason why the trap was empty. Local kids might know. So maybe just straight up we don't talk to Kuno, actually, which is even better. What about you?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Hey, kid.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
Oh, Night City is his shack. I didn't even realize that. Makes a lot more sense, though. Okay. Oh, wait, I had an idea. Go back. Sound of snow, melting snow dripping off the roof. It's strange. Okay. No way I had to note that, really. It's crawling with locusts.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the
What
musty
the hell are you up to, Kuno?
The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows.
Is he just playing with the locusts?
Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising.
Oh, is he like the god of the
Accommodation for
locusts and he's built them their city?
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even realize he had left that position to go steal all those locusts, but apparently.
Of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Precisely what I was thinking.
Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
You think the Insulindian phasmid is nearby?
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing your judgment.
We should talk to Kuno about this. Get
I'll
him to
let
stop.
you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Kuno is an SCP. He stays perfectly still, and then if you stop looking at him for even a split second, he breaks your neck. That's how you get to the roof, so that's not the way. Found your locusts. They weren't very well hidden.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I know you took the locusts from the traps the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Kuno took the bugs. So what?
Meeting your gaze with sullen defiance.
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
I was really hoping it would be the reed phasmid that ate the locust, not you, Kuno. You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, then go build a whole bug town.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
You're so strange. Locusts aren't just bug shit. His 1000% confidence in everything he does, no matter how trivial.
Stop!
Is he being lame? She wails from behind the fence and buries her face in her hands.
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
Ah. Point at the shack. So, that in there, is that Night City?
Yeah. Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
You need to become an urban planner, Kuno.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
City of Rage sounds like a cool place. If I say it's cool, then it'll be lame, right?
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're...
An artist. Maybe I am an
Oh,
artist.
no.
You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
I thought he would be insulted if I called him an artist. But he's embraced the label.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
That's great, Kuno. Or you should listen to your friend, Art is lame as hell. I'm gonna encourage him.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno!
Every so often I hear, like, the slightest little inflection that reminds me of Emma Watson from, you know, playing Hermione. It's like kind of the same pitch changes happening.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears at the buttons of his shirt trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Have you had a complete mental breakdown, Kuno? Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you were in a breakdown before and now you've come out of it. I feel like your entire framework has changed for how you look at the world very suddenly.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno! You'll have to take me away!
Huh.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves.
What's going on with perception? Is this like our senses returning after the drink binge?
So that's what this is about.
Don't make yourself into a pig. You'll have to take me away. A leaden silence fills the yard. Me and Kuno have discussed this. I promised I won't do that.
I don't believe
She disappears entirely behind the fence.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
Are you okay, Kuno?
Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
Well, the only of those three that is authoritative or taking control in any way is number 1. I need you to stop taking locusts from the traps. Cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. Those locusts are bait. Or I have to ask, what does the city of locusts mean? I'm kind of more interested in the second and third choices. What's going to happen to the locusts? Nod towards the shack. I think what's interesting here is, like, we just had some sort of vague breakthrough in our interactions, and I feel like immediately putting him back in his place again is kind of undoing that. So being authoritative in this moment of clarity, where maybe we can almost see eye to eye in some way, unless I'm misreading the situation, it seems like we would want to embrace that more. I don't really care that much about the locusts. Like, I'm way more concerned about him. And the locusts are like, it was a one-off. Oh, authority has its own bias. Right, of course it does, because it's authority. What the hell am I talking about? I'm thinking of one of the other voices that is more generally useful. I don't know which one. There's one that I usually follow, but like authority I mostly don't follow, to be honest. Yeah, logic. That's probably the one. We love logic here. I like... What does the city of Locust mean? Because I want to embrace him as an artist, and I want to hear him expand on his thoughts.
It don't mean anything.
Oh.
It's shit.
Oh.
Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
The way he said that exasperated fuck at the end. Like, oh, I've had enough of this fucking thing. He turns his face up to the heavens. That is kind of what he was saying then.
Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
I didn't fuck with it. I just looked at it. It's just like, me observing it has made it lame. What's gonna happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Oh. Well, I guess I have to say number 1 then, because we're out of options. Alright, stop taking them then.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
There's one of the few times when I wish we had a little bit more agency over how the dialogue plays out, because it seemed like we were kind of getting railroaded there. Which is really, I mean, the case in a lot of these positions. It's just gives you the appearance of non-linearity, but it is...
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first-person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
They did a really good job of making us think that this child was, like, completely lost. And now I have, like, the door has cracked slightly, and I feel like there's a chance that we can bring him back. We can fix him. That's not a good thing to say. Yeah, I definitely got more nuance now than I was getting, obviously, from the beginning of it. Okay, now that that's settled, they better be off.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
I haven't done the dad mission, no. I'm sort of scared to do the dad mission. It sounds like we're going to have to murder him or something, and I don't really want to do that very much. The Insulindian phasmid.
Huh.
Are you gonna be a cryptozoologist?
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Insulindian phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
Hell yeah, man, me too.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
I'm not entirely sure I follow the dynamic between the two of them at the moment. I get that there's a fracture happening. You know, they're becoming less subordinate or codependent, maybe. It's kind of a weird relationship that they have. It's a little hard to describe.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art? Oh! Let's do it!
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment.
Now, is Dear Esther art?
In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
But not video games, right? Not those. They're specifically not on the list according to Roger Ebert. I'm still bitter about that. Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
No, I have no interest in architecture like that. I mean, I have a little interest in architecture. I don't want to criticize it. Hold on, is architecture also art? Oh, just embrace it.
Of course not.
Oh.
It's autism.
Oh my god,
Box
what?
Drawing. Masturbation with a ruler and
Conceptualization, what happened to you?
You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
I got you baited so hard that I can't even see straight. What did you do? What about music? Is it art?
Only the most experimental kind.
And what music specifically? Which music isn't art? Please list the genres. List the songs, actually, if you could. I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic.
I didn't even know you could become an art cop. Oh, like a dictator of what is and isn't art? Oh, that's scary. I thought it was social mores, like with an I in it. What is social mores? Have I just always been saying that wrong? A social more is a specifically socially constructed idea that defines morally acceptable behavior. Okay, that's what I thought the other thing was. So have I just been using the wrong spelling? Yeah, with the it's got M-O-I-R and then the E with the line at the top. A social Moira. I don't know, there's a lot of talk about it. Oh, maybe they're the same, actually. It's coming up with the same definitions for both. Different pronunciation, same word. That's how it's spelt, but I've always pronounced it the way you have. Yeah, I've never seen it written like this before until just now. And I've seen that phrase, I don't know, a few dozen times written. So that's just kind of surprising to me. Okay, I learned another thing today. Cool. From the Latin root word for custom. Alright, so am I gonna become an art cop? Wait, but I don't have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all that? Okay, 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it. Opt in. No, I cannot risk another capo diversion at this point. Go away. I'm kind of into it. Let's be an art critic cop.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world.
Yeah, that is what that means, isn't it? Okay, well, now I kind of wish I wasn't. Maybe if I thought about it for a full second instead of just
go ahead and provide savage
seeing the
criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
I don't like the fascist side of this art cop possibility. I like that you can be a critic of things, but I like when being a critic doesn't mean forcefully dictating the answers. You know, there's critique, and then there is well, just making decisions on others' behalf. You can interpret things the way you like, but it's not for you to tell them how to think. What are we doing, Kuno?
Does Kuno care?
Nothing.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Child, converse with me. I'm an art cop.
Murder was the case they gave me.
Awkward. Okay, only the top of her hat remains. Does anyone still believe genuinely that games aren't art? I mean, in the world, yes, but I mean here. Probably not, right? I think we're just over that. Alright, I have one spot here. Actual art degree. Can't even look at this shit. Perception. It's another compo type. The worst one. The most savage and brutal. The art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. Why not? I'm just trying stuff. Why not? Let's just have fun with it. You know, I think what I like about this theme every time I hear it, we walk through the center of town and we hear that reverb. You know how it almost sounds like waves lapping at the shore. The reverb hits and then the same tune hits again right after. And it also reminds me both of the shoreline and also of like it's being played over a PA with a lot of like buildings reflecting the sound. You know, the hard exteriors of the buildings bouncing the sound back. It really makes me feel like I'm in that place. And it's a lovely tune on top of it. It's melodic, it's pleasant to listen to. I like the progression of it. But it also integrates the specific themes of the literal physical buildings of the town, as well as its geolocation being next to the ocean. I think that's just kind of brilliant. I don't know if they intended all those things, but that's how I received it. Just a great soundtrack overall. And it's a bit sleepy too, like it's kind of got this calm tempo to it that also reminds me a little of the water. Oh, does Cindy the Skull have anything new? Probably not. I haven't painted the wall yet.
Hello again, officers.
No.
Have you...
Also an interesting juxtaposition of the sort of military vibe of a brass wake-up. Oh, I didn't think of that bit. Yeah, the horn from a distance. That's a great point. And it's, so again, so integrated into the theme. It's like the theme dictated a very specific set of rules to work within. And I don't know to what degree maybe they literally wrote all this out because they're brilliant. Or maybe they stumbled into it halfway and figured out the rest. I don't know. It's really good. If you don't engage with music a lot, you'll find out a lot of times there really are there's this level of thinking going into soundtracks all the time. But it kind of breezes past you because you usually just kind of hear it and it's gone. And then you're thinking about what's in front of you again. But sometimes it's really worth picking apart and ruminating over the specific choices that are made in the soundtracks. You really come up with a lot of clever thoughts that go into that process.
You're back. Good.
All right, never mind. Much of the music in the game is from the band's previous work, re-recorded, mixed purpose for the game. Something like this is never just one person's brilliance, but people building off of each other. Yeah. Well, it takes a particular level of kind of visionary directing to get all of these pieces into place. So there's even enough theme to work off of where people can then bounce back and forth in cleverness. You have to get to a certain point where there's even enough meat to build from. So yeah, you're right. No one person should ever take all the credit. It's always a team effort. But there are also specific shining stars happening within that group, of course. Did you take the locusts now? Oh, I meant to take them. I didn't realize I was meant to take them. I'll go check. Joyce has a high conceptualization check for late game that's very important for understanding the game world. It's in questions about reality. Thank you. Noted. Are locusts takeable? I don't see any thoughts popping up as I walk around here. I do hear some skittering. No, I'm gonna say hit tab. No pop-ups here. Are the locusts capable? Well, I don't have a lot of high expectations for locusts. They do what they do. I try not to judge them for it. Why have I been clicking like a fiend this whole time when I could just click and hold? It's like some leftover RTS muscle memory that I have never overridden with logic. This whole time, since the beginning of me playing this, I've been clicking fiendishly around the map instead of just holding it. So our next timed event is at 2200, so we've got 10 hours. Well, a little less than that. Oh, I think I have to go back. Oh, Jesus, I forgot. Sorry. Yeah, I have to tell the cryptozoologist about what happened with the locusts. I thought we got a case closed on that story, so I was just like, okay, this is all for my own information now. It's fine. We weren't really that far away anyway. I didn't expect we'd spend so much of the game just kind of in the same spot. Just kind of walking back in loops around the same area. You have to sing karaoke, but you need a boombox. Oh yeah, I don't have the money for that.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea.
I mean, I believe you.
I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
Well, I don't think we'll ever see him again, right? So probably doesn't matter, but I appreciate it. I had a chat with this kid, Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the locusts. Or he said, like, I don't give a fuck about the locusts or something like that. Same thing, I guess.
So he was just a child.
He purses his lips, crestfallen.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
It's not really news. It's just sort of a thing that happened.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry.
Well, the locust just moved from over there to over here. Other than that, I mean, maybe you need to let them steep longer. I don't know how long it takes to brew locusts.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locusts. It's something else.
What else is there?
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe...
Oh, are we getting to the futility point where they're like, we've just been grinding away at this, even though, like, we implied it, we've only done it once, but maybe he's done it a bunch. So maybe they're like, okay, this is sort of a fruitless endeavor at this point. Uh-oh. The aging cryptozoologist breaks into a hideous coughing fit. Is he Walter Whiting us?
He has a 38-degree fever.
Oh, shit.
His resilience has given way.
That sounds bad. I don't know exactly what 38 centigrade is off the top of my head, but I think that's pretty high. I know those are Australian temperatures. Oh, it's a one... Never mind. It's a 1 degree fever. Thank you.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
Honestly, just, like, do that.
You're right, you're right.
Good.
We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
Sure, I guess if that's what helps.
There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
Authority, I don't know. I really don't want to be a dick to these people. I just want them to be okay and happy. And it's not up to me. I can still restock the trap for you. Sure? I don't mind. It takes like 5 seconds. We've come too far to quit. I'm going to restock the trap. Look, here's the thing. I kind of don't even care so much about finding this bug, but I just want the two of them to be happy. And it seems like it means an awful lot to them. And it seems like they've got a lot to do with their relationship wrapped up in this, so... You know, go home and get well. I'll restock the trap, and I'll do it enthusiastically.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we?
I'm really sorry, Kim. If I could leave you to not be part of this at all, I would.
But after this...
Yeah, we don't want them getting pneumonia.
He wants to see this tale through, as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
Okay, I guess that's fair. I mean, everybody should have boundaries.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
I literally have to walk over there anyway, so it's like not that big a deal. Oh my god.
You should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
Well, I don't know what the roles are. Whatever, man. It's all good.
This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Oh my god. Is Authority trying to push for this and I don't actually care? I'll get going. You go get some rest, man. Just don't get pneumonia. Box with locusts. Oh, you could sell it. Oh my god, what a dick move if I brought that to the pawn shop and I sold his locusts out from under him. He'd never even know. I'd just say I put them... It's awful. Oh god, I bet I could give them to Kuno and he'd be like, oh good, more bugs for my city. A cardboard box with several rows of little holes in the lid. Though at first glance, the box seems perfectly ordinary, upon closer examination, it's obvious that it has been prepared with great care. Yeah, I don't know if that guy'd be thrilled to get a box of locusts delivered. Hey, Swift Shiftly. Thanks so much for the 98 months and a perpetual streak that has never been broken. That is an extreme level of dedication, and I highly appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around, Swift. Welcome to the Locust Verse. I just wanted to say that. Lena, anything else?
Oh, hello, sweetie.
No. Anything else from you?
Hello, officer.
Alright, I'll get going. Man, I really didn't expect their cryptozoological discoveries to be such a large part of the story here. Or at least take up this much of the game's time. Check the window. I've already checked the window. Or do you mean because I reset the white check or something? I know about the slat on the top, if that's what you mean.
Behind the dockworkers.
Yeah, it's still locked. I've already done that.
Window. The hawthorn branches
It's a perception check. It's not time yet. It's not my time. No. Every time I go that way. Probably don't need to speak to anyone else over here. What are they doing? Like, switch to a saunter mode instead of the usual speed. So I'm assuming we're just baiting that one particular trap that Kuno stole from? Or are we baiting all the traps? Maybe we're doing all of them.
The locusts aren't doing all too well.
Oh, they're still in there, right?
Still
okay.
In there. This isn't the empty trap. That must have been another one.
I just assumed they would all be gone by now or dead or something. I don't know how they're not getting out. There's just a big old hole in it. That dog's got a hole in it. It's alright, it's just the hole the dog's supposed to have. Bench? Oh, to pass the time.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, bye. Good chat. I want to see if Lily is happy that the bird has found a better home.
Hello, mister.
No.
Bye.
We do have a purple,
Is
though.
that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
The hell are you talking about? What are you talking about, leaning against the wall? I don't know what you're looking at. I don't want to scare the little girl. I'm not gonna sneak around with a little girl. That's too weird. I'm going. Trap is like over here somewhere. No, but like, what could that have possibly been? It's supposed to be a big weird bug that like has white arms. What do you mean that I just saw it there? It's this one here, right?
Morel's trap stands empty, just like the boathouses around it.
All
the
right,
wind
let's
ruffles your sweaty
release the locusts.
The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings.
Oh, good.
They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Oh.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think we will return to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation?
Like, almost immediately, except probably not at all, because now we've got to go investigate a separate body.
Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
Sorry, I was answering it.
He doesn't want to. But if there is one more cryptozoological runaround, he must force the investigation.
Yeah, he's been very understanding. It's okay, I understand too. It's all good. Hey, Minty. Disco's been fine. We've had a lot of crypto discussion. You've restocked the trap. Now report to Lena in the whirling. Okay, I'll do that when I'm back there again. I still don't quite have this whole area mapped out in my head yet. I've only walked around here a couple of times. Hey, Rolf! Welcome back. Thanks very much. Good evening. I appreciate the 96 months back in the quarry. So many people headed for the Triple Digits Club. It's pretty wild. Oh, we found a new NPC, by the way, on one of the sides of the buildings, and I delayed talking to them because I thought it would probably turn into a 45-minute affair. I think it was around here somewhere. I know I passed them on the way back over. Yeah, here.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off.
Yeah, I meant to look at
years,
that last time and just
you can
forgot.
still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with
R&D's
the
nuts.
time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Yay! Now what do these two have to say about it?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially
Trant.
with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Trant Heidelstam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here.
How do you know my
Very rich
partner's
in
name?
hypertext.
Rich in hypertext. Clickable links?
Nice to meet you.
Tell me about hypertext.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Oh. Are you an artist? Wait, what was that about the windows?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Oh my god. Are you a graphic designer? You and Kim know each other.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his Worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program.
Are you the entrepreneur
We've been getting really into Worms lately?
that's been trying to start the radio computer role-playing game series?
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
He's Trant Heidelstam, yeah.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Well, I mean, I was the type of person who has real things to see and still went to see Beetlejuice too, so, you know, giant worms. I could be into that.
This man is your half-brother.
What?
You feel it. But why?
Not literally.
Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
He did find a way to weave, like, 10 different terms into his speech organically. What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes to shield himself from the pattering rain. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Is this guy like an engineer, maybe? He knew about the vector monitors, he knew about the internal workings of the building. Yeah, maybe an engineer.
Hold on. What's R&D?
We know what R&D is. Get out of here. Look at the building.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Oh, well, I know what R&D means on Earth. I don't know if I know what it means in Revachol, so I guess I'll ask him.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research.
Oh, no, it still means the same.
They don't use it anymore.
Okay, right. Yeah, it does say recherche et développement. It's got like a lot of extra letters in there for what I'm used to. Not saying it's wrong, just different. He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes. He does look like he smiles a lot.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Sure.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Whenever I hear mea culpa, I immediately think of the human abstract. It's a song. And I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
Yeah, why the hell did Human Abstract break up? They were, like, right off the back of their best album, and then they're like, oh, well, you know. What can you do? Can you place Trant's accent? It's subtle. I was detecting subtle, like, Scandinavian country, but I don't know quite which. Swedish or something? He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago.
Dutch,
After
right?
an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
But the way he just said here was, like, very slightly English? Is it, like, Swedish-English? Like a combination? Like, you got a little bit of both? Or is that, like, the voice actor bleeding through a little? Swinglish, yeah. What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Computer. That was like, again, a little bit English?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bringing them to the average consumer.
And then I heard like a tiny bit of German in there too.
Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehn, ICN, and Zam.
But that's not that
haven't
surprising, I
achieved
guess.
Yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The voice actor is also Czech and Slovak, and living in England also speaks German. The VA is Peter Svatik. He's from Czech Republic, but studied acting in London, so that's a hint. Okay, so I was a little off base, but we got some pieces in there.
The revolution!
Okay.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You know the reason I didn't want to click on him when I was walking past with other jobs in mind? I could tell by his posture and the situation that it would be a long expositional break. Obviously, he's demonstrating something to this child. This dude looks like he's probably got a lot to say. He's in sort of a generic business suit-looking posture, like his the way he's depicted, so he's probably going to talk about the world, not himself. Yeah, but it may be a little bit, all of it. So you're saying that Feld Electric built this boardwalk, look under your feet?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Oh no, the pleasure wheel! It sounds like a very adult way of describing that.
A pleasure wheel?
Yeah, of course. You never rode in a pleasure wheel, Kim?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel, lighting up the coast.
In DMC Devil May Cry, we used a pleasure wheel to defeat a boss.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Now, you say this whole area was a field of reeds. Are you sure it wasn't a massive cryptid colony? Just scuttling with those big old bugs? Scuttle bugs? What happened to the engineers? Were they eaten by bugs?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys.
The boys.
But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
I suppose I will ask that. Glad your day is done. Fruit sorbet, hope you're alright. Sounds like you need a rest.
He means that. The boys got shot by the communists.
Oh.
The boys were bourgeois.
I don't know that we need to... There's a child. Let's just say tape computers.
Tape computers.
What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Decret de Mars.
The Decree to Mars? What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio
March.
transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
When I saw the word utopia, I thought of Fruitopia, and then I was thinking about why can't we have a city based on the different flavors of fruit? And then each district could be devoted to one particular fruit, so if you're really into a particular fruit, you could go live in that area. And that would really be utopia to me. Because I want to live based on flavor and color dictation. I don't want to live in a utopia, I want to live in a Fruitopia.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much
That's
too
what my mind
interested
is
in
like,
worms
by
to
the
be
way.
paying any attention.
Yeah, I'm too into Fruitopias to be into worms, sorry.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
Yeah, I've talked about the Fruitopia idea before on the NLSS, like, probably 8 years ago. I would not live in the Durian district, no. I'd be a green lime man. How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows.
No one knows.
No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Huh. He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
Buttercup.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I
Ooh,
guess
a
you
lancer.
could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in
The what?
Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins
met him.
Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Paul Ockerman, that name sounds familiar.
He did it. He said, Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world.
That's true. And if you didn't point it out, suggestion, I would have just let it go.
What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Well, I'm pretty sure Guy Juiced was a preeminent death metal guitarist for a while. He was known for his finger style. It's quite unique, actually. A lot of people tried to attempt it, and they just couldn't do it in practice. I mean, they could do it theoretically, they could do it in small bursts, but then they'd go and try to do it in a proper song, and they just fumble everything.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's
Of
why
course.
the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
The Lagerman's notion. You're making this up. Turn to the lieutenant. Kim, is he making this up? Come on, there's no place called the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Art Center of Art. I absolutely believe that could be real. I don't know why it should be so assertively stated that a place like that can't exist. This is something that young people think, that when you get to a certain age, art loses all of its playfulness. But it couldn't be further from the truth. People go down all these weird rabbit holes, and they're like, I'm 65, and all I want to do is say silly things. There's an entire movement called Dadaism. It's like... it's supposed to be chaotic and a little bit confusing for the sake of, you know, abstractness. I don't think he's making this up, but alright, I'll ask him.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
I also believe Vredefort sounds like an actual place, too. I don't know where, but I'm pretty sure it's real.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen.
How did it
was
analyze?
a beautiful, delicate thing.
That's incredible. Did you know someone designed a 75-card Magic the Gathering card set based on Disco? I did not know
Made
that.
of black film and folding tape structures.
The RCM should get some of those.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
The fires of 07. Not a good time. They're right up there with the fires of Woodstock 99. What was the Feld playback experiment? Was that from the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort?
Yes, the official name of the prototype.
Yeah.
Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience.
Oh.
But those are incorrect.
Obviously. The Lagerman's notion. That sounds like an actual thing a mathematician talks about sometimes, or a physicist. Oh, physicists. They got so many things like that. Holy hell. Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. I want to ask something else.
But of course. What else?
You look like you have money, or... I don't really want to take his money. Thanks for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't, like, tell your child about all the executions.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking.
He's being polite.
Whatever.
Rhetoric. I think he's aware that he exclusively talked. Time for a save. Alright, you guys have a great time. I will be over there inspecting a body, I guess. Wherever that was. If I look all through here? Apparently not. Oh. Oh, free glasses that I apparently left. Mega Binos prescription lenses. That's funny, they give you encyclopedia, but they take away perception. Wouldn't you think they would give you perception? With how, you know, magnifying the lenses looked. Whose idiotic idea were square and beige plastic frames anyway? Beige is a color that does not look good on anyone. Not to mention that seeing the world through these exceedingly thick lenses almost feels nauseating. Well, I nearly have my art degree. It's taking a lot less time than the real thing. How do we get back to that boardwalk? I think it's this way. Oh no, this is how you get to the coast. Where the hell's the boardwalk? Let's look at the map. I was on the right track when I found the glasses. Yeah, I've gone too far now. I thought at first that when I got to that body, that was as far to the west as you could go. And I think I just kind of like built the map in my head that way, and now I'm very confused by the fact that it keeps going further. There's the church. Was it up here and then around? Oh yeah, I forgot I could zoom out more. It's like I'm clearing the fog of war for the first time again. No, this is also coast. I've got to like get into here. Oh yeah, I'm right next to it, aren't I? That door is terrifying. It's like a one chance only red check. And it was like a very low % chance. I assume everybody just save scums it, but like, I don't want to do that really. Oh, I was freaking right next to it and I didn't even notice. Yeah. Alright.
There's some tear. An empty cigarette.
It almost looked like he looked over at me. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Okay.
A man lies on the boardwalk. His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum
Well, I
wrapper.
mostly like the idea that what happens to me in terms of passing or failing a check is kind of the truth that this game gives us for this playthrough. But yeah, I mean, ultimately you can do whatever you want if you don't care. I'm just trying to kind of follow that. Although I haven't been entirely consistent either.
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
What about a field
A
autopsy?
field autopsy isn't necessary
Oh.
if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Do we know enough to know that? I guess we do.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
Isn't that kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
All right. We'll take the case.
All right. We've already examined the library card. Let's call the Jamrock Library for my kinema. See if we can learn anything about this Billy Méjean.
I wish I would have done that before.
And while we're there, we should also call the station. Let them know that we are taking the case.
All right, car stuff. Call the station, call Jamrock. Trant Heidelstam as a goose. What? He's a goose? Lynn's always calling me a goose. And I say, I'm not a goose. I'm a human man. Surely you know this. And then she calls me a goose again, and then I get very frustrated because it doesn't seem like she's paying attention. I don't have EDM stuff to do. I should. Maybe that would really change the whole dynamic. I'll just embrace the goose. And then I could do goose things all day. Until she's like, you're not a goose! I changed my mind. You were never a goose. Oh, does this lady have anything to say? It started as silly goose, and then it turned into just goose.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
I'm looking for
Simmer
someone
down.
else.
Oh?
No, I'm
Who?
not. That's it.
Well,
No
how
one.
can I assist you then, officer?
Okay, be seeing you. I think we had like a very awkward interaction before. Are geese birds? They're old, new dinosaurs. I almost said old dinosaurs. The old dinosaurs are the ones we usually think of when we say dinosaurs. Did I ever go back to the church computer? I don't know, you want me to do that? I was gonna go call. The church is still relatively close, though. Yeah, I hadn't put the password into the church computer. That was one of the other things I didn't complete. Why is there, like, such a dark haze around everything? Is it because it's later than I realize in the game? It's creepy. It's like, it's very atmospheric and kind of interesting, but it's unexpected somehow. I don't remember what the password was, but maybe I'll have it.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
I don't really know what a 100-year-old voice sounds like.
Good afternoon. Votre accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Definitely doesn't sound like a 100-year-old voice to me. Yeah, I think I have the password.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament.
Oh.
After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Votre accident. Is there anything else? Goodbye.
Filament.
Votre accident.
Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
Virescent. I don't think I even, like, noted that that word was there before. Greenish. Ah. Like verdant. Beginning to be green. That's a word that exists. Beginning to be green. Greenish or developing or displaying virescence. Print.
The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Well, the keys themselves look orange and sort of rusted, but I think we're talking about a light that is implied and not necessarily this light, because that looks yellowish to me. I don't know. I'm just trusting that they know what they're talking about. Read the printout.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in.
With wires, goose.
The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
I thought Kim likes to stop and have cigarettes a lot. I feel like we've only had one cigarette break this entire time, and that's, like, not typical of smokers. Oh, just one a day. Okay, that's fair.
4th of February.
I guess.
That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
You think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
His eyes wander to the various machines around him. Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity.
I don't think I found any narcotics here yet, but I haven't looked that carefully either.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Esca series, something advanced.
Why would she need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
I thought he was going to say, why would anyone need anything? It's like, oh, okay. Very helpful, Kim. He steps on a wire running on the ground, inspecting it with his boot. Read the fourth entry.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked.
Oh no! Not the writers. But at least the graphic designers were spared.
I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Oh, that one lady, she had a backup copy of Toy Story 2. Ask her. Maybe she's got that. Data loss.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying.
Me either.
Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault.
I blame the cloud. Somehow the cloud is usually responsible when it comes to this shit. Look, maintaining FTP servers is not the kind of power you want to put in the average person's hand. It's just powerful enough that it's really useful in certain cases, and it's also just powerful enough that it can absolutely ruin everything if you're not really careful. And sometimes you really are really careful a lot of the time and just have one quick lapse of realization. You know, a file's got the wrong title or something ends up overwritten in the wrong place. And it all falls apart at that point, and you don't like that. Blame the writers, though. Artists, programmers, Lexi, who are all those people?
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Uh-huh. Read the 5th entry.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store.
Big mistake.
Apparently,
Eat it
there's
there.
a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Have any of you ever bought food at the grocery store and consumed it at the grocery store? Out of curiosity. There's no shame in this, by the way, if you're like at work and you just have to get a quick snack or something, get back. Just curious. I think this is not a super common thing, but I guess it probably has happened.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder.
He strokes his chin. I've bought like a pre-made sandwich before. Oh, in the parking lot. Occasionally there's like a couple of tables and chairs at certain supermarkets. You could like stop and have a quick snack there if you have to. Like they don't have like a cafe or anything for it. It's just here's some tables and I guess you like BYO sandwiches. I've seen people crack into the drink they plan on buying, then just scan the open container at checkout. Yeah, I feel like it's like bad manners, but also I don't really care, I guess. At the end of the day, I don't think it matters.
Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
Read the 6th entry.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound.
Oh.
Need to get some mics.
Okay. Yeah, it's not really... I don't think there's anything actually wrong with it, but there's like a presupposed notion that for some reason in this location, you're not allowed to interact with the food in a meaningful way until it's passed through the checkout. However, if you go to an actual cafe, you eat and then you pay. So, like, there's that. And then there's also the potential public safety element of, like, if you start tucking into some food in a public space, you might drop some on the floor. And, you know, it's supposed to be a clean environment to the best of its ability. I don't know. It's probably nothing. It's just something I was curious about if anybody did. Yeah, obviously you can still scan it at the end. It's just, it feels like you're breaking the cultural expectation that it will work in this particular order. And for some reason, someone like me gets really hung up on something like that, whereas probably most people just don't really care. I don't know why I care. It doesn't matter. You're right.
Is she talking about?
The lieutenant looks to his right toward the silence.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected.
I'm sorry if the
data
chair
loss
is just
that led
creaking
me
like
here.
crazy. I can't seem to get comfortable in this damn thing.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
Yeah. Well, I don't understand what the hell that is either. I'd like to know more, but I have a feeling it's rooted in some scientific explanation that I don't fully understand yet.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
No ripples, no nipples. Let's read the 8th entry.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men
Disco
have
men.
appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again.
Are we about to uncover the thesis statement of this whole game?
Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
You must be describing a seal.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Read the 9th entry.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
That's me! I'm the one who broke into the radio computer, and the storekeeper must be Plaisance.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
That's cool to see how things are playing out in sort of real time like that, being baked back into the story. Read the 10th entry.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening.
Do you think canned air it differs in quality from place to place at all? Can you get canned air that's like kind of polluted and shitty? Has anyone ever measured the quality of the canned air, or is it just really more about the blowing action, the pressure differential, than it is about the air itself?
A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Oh, okay. It's Suna the programmer. Hello. I'm working. Are you hypnotized?
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCN, you see.
We're here on a side case representing certain music venue organizers. We're not just breaking in. I'm pursuing a mysterious lead, searching for my lost identity.
You won't find any answers from here.
She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
Yeah.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
How long is that gonna take? 1 second?
What is it?
I didn't break anything, did I? The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Does not look like a big loss to her. Are you the lead programmer of We're All Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Vox and Orbis. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those are like audio codecs, I think? Or video? Some kind of codecs, I'm pretty sure. Vox and Orbis sound quite familiar to me. Vog Orbis is what you're thinking of. Thank you.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Yeah, I meant IRL. I think I have used that encoding procedure before. Og Vorbis. Yeah, Vog Orbis. That's not right. I don't know if those things are even related anymore, but it sounded a little close. Have you seen the Crab Man?
Nope.
But, you know, he's around?
Yes.
Doesn't sound like you're worried about him at all.
No, you're right. I'm not.
Oh, good, because you probably don't need to be. He doesn't seem that threatening at all. Her voice trails off as she bends over to tinker with the machine's printer. Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here.
Ah.
These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefect's processing unit.
Prefect. That's like a kid who rats on other kids in a boarding school? Wait, what?
RAIN prefect. My radio.
RAIN? And the antenna is its processing unit?
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
No. Not really.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Why don't you invest in a good antelevena? No. My brain broke trying to make that into a plausible word, and it couldn't be done. I wanted to upgrade an antenna to an antelevena. It's terrible. What's on air?
On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region.
Obviously, everyone knows that. Why are you saying it like that?
It's all around us. That's what on air means.
The internet.
Like love.
The internet is like love. And the AR-1? Is it a good antenna? It's better than the AR-15.
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable.
I like her headphones. They look massive. Very powerful. Good sound isolation.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians.
Okay, good to know. Thanks. I'll look into a Fraser 1000, I guess.
Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
Many milieus.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
Tell me about the bowls of water over there. I
They
want to
are
know about that.
connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
They did look important. I didn't want to move them.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
What are you doing with the radio computer there?
I'm working.
What are you working on
The
then?
machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
Yeah, I am like a little kid pulling on her shirt. Just being like, hey, hey, hey.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
Right, I'll try to not touch anything. Next question.
Great.
What are you doing in an abandoned church then?
You really like those questions, don't you?
There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. I'm a police officer. It's my job.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
She says, ready to stand her ground. What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Oh, so are we all.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
A hole in the world.
The lieutenant raises his brows.
This hole in the earth was the
doesn't say
Deftones song,
anything.
right? Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
So there's just like an interference that the data can't pass through. Is it connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit
I just
more
said that.
complicated than that.
Wow, I thought I'm in a time loop. Hole in the world, what does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Yeah, you can't really measure nothing. You can measure the effects of nothing. I'm not entirely sure nothing is even a concept at all. I mean, there's the antithesis, not having something, in a theoretical sense, having nothing, but, like, you can't have nothing. You can just have the lack of something.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing
Oh, good, we're doing
have?
that.
How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Hold on a moment. Does it mean we're now living in a world that has holes in it? A dog has holes in it. I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it. I don't know. I'm not here for some science. I just want to solve a murder so I can go home. There's a bit of science in that, too. Tell me about the holes in the world.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
Yeah, how do we measure?
You
I
measure
don't know.
it by its surroundings.
Yeah.
By that which does exist. Which is what I've been trying to do.
That's what I said.
I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. To find out where it begins.
Right, hence the approximate circle that you seem to have built.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
I don't know why it wants me to ask about ghosts, but okay.
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
Right, nothing to do with
You
ghosts.
do know there's no need to officially document this information, right?
No.
She has already turned back to her keyboard.
You have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch-black heights above, but without much success.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
Can't really think of a lot of reasons why this would happen, but I guess like a geomagnetic focal point or something like that. I don't really know how that still works, though. I don't really know if that even makes sense, what I just
Strange
said.
things may flourish in the dark.
Okay.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
You're making it sound like a supernatural anomaly. And I don't know that this game wants that narrative. Or I don't know that it has demanded that narrative much. It just likes to play with it.
Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
No, it seems a bit extreme for that.
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
Can it be supernatural if it exists? Yeah, no, I've made that argument before. I don't think that you really can have something supernatural, because then it would be folded into naturalistic science as we understand it. We would just have to reevaluate all of the knock-on effects of adding that into our understanding. And so it becomes sort of a ripple effect of how do we rebuild what we do know. So yeah, the whole premise of something being supernatural doesn't really make a lot of sense. But it's easy to talk about and sort of casual. This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might be somehow responsible here? I think I'd like to stop calling him Crabman.
No, I don't.
Me either.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning.
Same.
Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Why are you so frantic suddenly about it, though? Like, nothing's just happened just now. You said the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error. Trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space.
Oh, is she just, like, copy pasting x 0.01, x 0.02, you know, that kind of thing. Just like defining the exact coordinates. That's gonna get really tiresome really fast. Surely you can make a script if you're such a good programmer.
And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world for now. Conclude.
Great. Thanks.
Hey, about the 2mm hole. How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
She hates it. Okay.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Have you listened to it? Like, actually listened?
Yeah. Like, all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they?
She pulls a face that looks absolutely scathing.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with...
It seems a bit extreme. It seemed like a little bland to me, but it didn't seem bad. Right. But how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What is it then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
A community space to help the elderly. I'm still convinced they want to establish a nightclub for anodic dance music. They said it's their dream.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
What do you think they want to do? They clearly love to dance. And they clearly love anodic dance music. It all just makes sense.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Tell Andre about Suna's thoughts on the nightclub. Oh man, are they not actually nice kids? I thought they just wanted a place to, like, you know, let out all their pent-up frustrations with the world, the state of things. Everybody needs a place to go where everybody knows your name. Hey guys.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
3%, huh? I'm not a smart cop.
Goodbye, officer. So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Skin shows through the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater, in front of an open toolbox of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Yeah, oh, I agree with that. He runs his hand through his hair, which is combed back in mock seriousness, and continues to fiddle with some gears. Why are you called Noid? Do you ruin pizzas?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
That actually makes sense. He picks up some sort of a widget.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Can you tell me about the machines you saw in the church?
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery.
Skin graft machinery. Sputnik sickles found in the seats.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind
You know,
that goes
what the
head
kids
first into
just
the
say
central
vibe
lecture.
about now. So you think the supernatural, so you think it's real, that it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist.
Oh.
Because the moralists think it's too dangerous.
Can I have an example of that?
Psionic powers, pale-related
It's not allowed to
diseases,
exist.
Pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
So you're telling me if I want to charge up a playing card with my mind so it could explode when thrown, that's more the government telling me not to do that than Charles Xavier. Is that what you're saying? All right, tell me about signs.
Yeah, gotta compare.
Not the Mel
See if we
Gibson
can
kind.
align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Have you considered coming to my house and playing DDR with me for a week, and then we can take down an angel together? I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
Sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Oh, sure can, buddy.
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Okay, it's a yellow circle, the human face, with X's for eyes, and a smile underneath. I think the X's mean the guy is dead.
Good, good. What did you want to know?
Was I right? Is it a dead guy smiling?
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right. And I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
Okay, what does it mean?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths.
Are you telling me the soul still burns on the stage of history? Soul Calibur is real.
The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death.
Well, if your message is live in the moment, I guess that's not that bad. I don't know why you gotta do Rick and Morty hair, but you know, that's your life.
Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
So ecstatic, his eyes have turned into X's. I'm thinking maybe the smiling dead guy is a symbol for communism. It's also dead, but doesn't care. I'm thinking we should sell this.
It should be sold, but not by us.
What makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by classical soul artist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity.
Man, we're gonna
right?
get into modernism and all?
Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss, haunting him.
To call it not tasteful, like, I get your point, but it doesn't seem like it's that dissonant or that subversive that it would really fall into that category to me either. But maybe they're just trying to take an average of stuff that people find, like, you know, less palatable. This is, like, pretty mundane music, if it's the stuff we're listening to right now. And also the smiley face with the X's for eyes is, like, highly derivative, but maybe not in this world.
The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
I guess I'm saying that these kids think they're innovating in a realm that they are only following, as is often the case in art. Seems awesome, not an agreement.
It is.
Okay, I think we're done.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
What about now? Are the signs all right now?
Nah.
Strongly out of sync.
Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
Oh shit, that's really bad. I didn't know it was stage gamma. I thought we were like maybe beta. What?
You heard me.
I'm very sorry. Come back later. Okay, hardcore.
Back to the heavyweight jam.
Egghead's portrait is like the most fascinating one out of all of them. Says the young man with the tape player and the large boyadero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout on his silver belt buckle. Lung-shaped trees?
Hardcore!
Oh, is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying it?
Skibba-dee, skibba-danger. I am the rearranger.
I am the skibbity toilet.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
Please tell me they have official merch that says skibbity skibba danger. Skibbereen. Noy doesn't want to talk to you. The signs are not in sync. Guess you need to help him and the friends out somehow. Prove you're one of the crew. Who knows what he'll tell you? No, I don't know. I don't know what he'll tell me.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
Oh, so maybe I'll just not say anything.
All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore. Ah.
He lets out an agonized roar over the feeble-ish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. So hardcore.
Is it though?
Oh shit! I reverse engineered him. It is.
But is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl.
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say.
Under the radar, over the top.
Skibbity skibbidanger.
Actual art degree.
I am the rearranger.
Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliche and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism.
Jesus Christ.
I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at talentless fuckfest, recidivistic shit peddler, pedantic, listless, savagely boring, just one repulsive laugh after another.
Yeah, I mean, those are a lot of scathing descriptions, but they're not really very artfully composed. But I guess maybe that's the point. Actual art degree gives you the tools, but not the language. If all the words can be arranged in any way, you've got the words, but you don't have the artful way to put them together to make them into actually criticism. Bonuses. -1 to hand-eye coordination, hands shake from anger, how shit it all is. Conceptualization, passives, heal +1 morale, and give +10 XP. Weird. Don't love that. Oh. The Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. It's Wednesday evening and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building. Sipping wine and exchanging opinions, 29-year-old Wunder twins, Guy and Keith Joost, are the stars of the show with their bomber jackets and white sneakers. Head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty Dom de Domiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you if you're not there? Nowhere. I'm nowhere at all. That's a cool picture. Derealization.
We're close. True, hard, full, car.
Are we back to this again? I thought we broke through.
Hardcore. Hardcore to the med. Internally coherent. All car. All right.
He furrows his brow as
Hardcore. Ah.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic. Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Oh. I lost.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car! All right!
He furrows his
Hardcore! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
Oh.
We're close. True. Hardcore!
Man, this guy really is a labyrinth.
Hardcore to the internally. All car.
He furrows.
Is it though?
I was just thinking that.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close.
Are we though?
Hardcore to internally coherent.
I was wondering if he knew who killed the mercenary.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
Yeko Kata. Why is this Yeko Kata the place to be? What does that mean?
Yeko Kata is a hardcore place.
Yeko Kata is an abbreviation from the Gradian term.
I learned something.
Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Oh.
An agricultural megaproject in the extreme southeast of the Gradian Isola. It involved cutting-edge approaches to irrigation and a completely new type of fertilizer.
That's hardcore.
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth. Intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Well, we learned that.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
This is a famous Van Eyck I'm hearing.
You know about him?
He moves his mouth, but sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. Looks like you've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Yeah, Major Egghead.
Wow.
Wow.
The skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I. So am I.
Oh, is it actually Egghead, not Egghead? He begins to shake his head so everyone would understand.
Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because...
Egghead to the mega. The K became the G.
The K became the G. The boy became the man.
The Advent?
Oh, that's great. Does it change his name now?
Close.
Oh, it doesn't.
True, hard, full car.
I thought when the news came out, it would respell his name probably.
Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
What exactly are you doing?
Gotta get the people going.
I see.
Yeah. Request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega internally coherent. All car. All right. Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party boy.
2 on a track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack.
Good point.
We're close.
Please, I want to get off Egghead's wild ride.
Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega.
I'm gonna forget where
coherent.
there's hidden text.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
I'm beginning to think this really doesn't have anything to do with the case.
It's a message, so listen and you will see. No illusion. The spirit is what you feel.
The spirit is what you feel.
Hardcore. Internally. All car.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
The question. What is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Oh. He frowns, then starts bobbing his head back and forth once more.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
Oh, I know why there's lungs on his belt buckle. Because of the woman in the church, the Innocents. Her symbol was the glowing lungs. And I'm now forgetting what the symbolism of that was, but it was important. And I'm sure there is a parallel there.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month. And will continue pumping for the rest of 51.
You gonna pump it up?
Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
No. No, I think it's sufficiently hyper. You hear the really high-pitched part? Is it that bit is like, I think that's really what helps it be hyper. Not mega. The mega is coming in the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And then the hyper is the high-pitched bit on the top. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. That is why lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. Allusion to religious heart iconography IRL. Yeah, I don't know why lungs aren't given more credence in these sorts of symbolism moments, because lungs are pretty powerful too. We just love heart because it's like the key to, I don't know, associated with emotions, but it's like the key to pumping blood. It's a muscle. Why isn't it ever the brain? I don't know, because I guess the nuance was lost on people from those times. They didn't have the science to investigate it properly yet, so the heart seemed important. Oxygen is invisible. Alright, isn't something holding it back from being hyper? He thinks for a moment, then his expression clears.
Like it's only ultra.
I disagree. I think it's fine. I think you're splitting hairs there, Egghead.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
Alright, they agree, so I'm wrong.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto.
Proto?
Like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
I'm an art cop. I get to pick. We should ask Kuno what he thinks about it. I think he'll fit right in. I don't know which way to go with this. Like, you either confirm that they don't need to worry, or you, like, break the entire image of this facade. Kuno would destroy their entire worldview in 5 minutes. Yeah, probably true. Okay, let's say it's not hardcore at all.
Wow! Culture cop!
No, art cop. Sorry, cop.
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question? Try to think if anything could make it harder core. Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. I can't help you with this right now. I need something else, something extra. Plus Ultra. We need to add Plus Ultra. Where's All Might? To Overwatch 2! Oh no, I don't have $20. Sorry, no All Might for you, no Plus Ultra. No Hyper Mega, no Egghead. What is the question?
No! This is the answer!
Alright, what could make it harder?
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
This voice actor is so fun. I really enjoy listening to him.
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination fails me. You need to access other references that are similar. You need to use your palette of your imagination and paint with the colors of your thoughts. My imagination fails me.
So does mine.
I'm trying to think, what would I actually do if I wanted to make this harder core? I think the low end is probably lacking, if anything, and I would probably add more heavy drums. You know, you could chop it up a little bit more, you could add a little bit more low end, but like, I think the high end's doing fine. Oh my god, you're right, I forgot Flulaborg existed, I used to love him. Yeah, that's a really good point. I agree. I just remembered I'm the police. The young man is bursting with anticipation. Oh, no movie adaptation. It'll be a 30-episode Amazon original series that gets canceled at episode 9. Because it's not a round number. Nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us. Yeah, it's not going to help. Oh. But there's nothing for me to do then. It's more likely to hinder us.
Oh. Yeah!
I guess that's not the way. Oh, an expert on anodic music +1. Are you a thought reader?
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
So you're not a thought leader, you're a communist?
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
I'm not sure I understand what no war but class war means. Don't you also want to end class war too? With a positive and favorable resolution?
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
Yeah, I am Roseguard, thank you. But why aren't you a communist? Communism is the truth, or it's good that you're not a communist. Anyway, you should be an ultra-liberal. Oh god, I almost clicked. Why aren't you a communist?
I could be a communist! If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
I don't know.
Please don't turn him into a communist.
No, that was such a, like, genuine plea. Please don't turn him into a communist. He meant it so sincerely.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Don't be a communist. That path is too hardcore. I guess he won't become a communist after all. Alright, does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as thought reading.
Yeah! Revolution imperative!
Yeah, it is a cold reading technique. Just sort of say random shit, and then when people give you confirmation, roll with that.
Unless you were thinking Revolution imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
You're right, I wasn't thinking that.
Hardcore superstar!
Tell me something else, Egg. Is your real name Jermaine?
Dark hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Okay. Are we getting any other pluses? Not yet. Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
That's pretty hardcore.
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say stuff like that, sure, why not? Bourgeoisie love for bourgeoisie god queen toward a world getting rapidly more bourgeoisie. That's lungs for you. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on. Cause I've never loved someone like you before.
Is this from a song? Or is he just saying things in the way that it would sound like he was recalling song lyrics? It's a white check, so I guess I'm gonna go for it. Physical instrument of 2, though. I guess we'll go see if I can wear any clothes.
Here comes the night!
Oh, -2 to physical instrument. Oh, that's not great. I don't think we have anything taking away from it, though. Yeah, we're out where we're gonna be.
The launch head.
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up! Pump!
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust,
wholesome things. Yeah, like discus.
Things like discus, javelin, and 400-meter hurdles. Discus.
You're a weird physical instrument, but I'm glad you enjoy discus so much.
Did someone say disco?
Almost. Oh. Maybe your body can tell what Arno Van Eyck's jam is missing to make it harder core. You want to try again, horrific necktie? Sure, why not? Have a go.
No, that would be silly.
Did someone say disco?
Yeah, it's over now. Oh. Oh, it's not even something I can level up. I don't really fully understand how that works with the skill cap. Why is this particular thing locked at 1? And then pain threshold is like 6 pips on it. Oh, because of the whole category is locked. Is there any way to improve this number, or it has to just be done on an individual skill basis now via equipment? Oh, the thoughts are the thing that does that. Okay. I never really fully understood the category caps thing, so I guess that's a little better. So does that mean I'm done here for now?
The large-headed youth.
Good morning! Yeah!
I guess it is. Do you have anything? No.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
No, I don't think we're doing that.
Goodbye, officer.
You didn't report the church findings to Andre. I didn't? I thought I did all of that.
Huh? I see you here
Well,
again.
I mean, not you.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes?
What's the deal? I forgot it was underneath. Why didn't the top layer of that turn bright again? I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the Anodic Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all. A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam?
and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, honor man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
Yeah, you're all about unity, right? You're not Unreal Engine or Godot?
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
What?
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I don't want to throw her out. I'll try to convince her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Convince Suna to cooperate with the Ravers or evict her. I mean, I'm pretty curious about the hole in the world as well, so I'd like for her to get to the bottom of all that. And how are you doing out here?
Hello again.
No, got nothing.
My associates? Of course I...
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later.
There was the option to tell him that Suna thinks they aren't being honest with you in that conversation. No, I said what I think I wanted to say. I don't know where I want to go, though. You know, with all due respect, I have mostly been playing it the way that I want to play it, and there's been a few, not spoilery, but sort of like slightly spoiler-adjacent suggestions here and there, and I'm fine with it, I roll with it, it's not a problem, I'm not upset or anything, but I just prefer to keep it to be kind of my own path. I do appreciate, though, like, you told me about the fence that I kept walking past. I did need to know that, and obviously, if you didn't tell me, I don't know how I would have realized I hadn't clicked on something for the whole game, so, you know, that's totally valid. I do have to go to Whirling in Rags one more time to tell him I put the locusts in. Go talk to Everett again. Yeah, I guess I'm probably overdue another meeting with him. It's been quite a while. I haven't even been in there in a bit. I'm back to quadruple clicking everywhere. Also need to call about the body. Yeah, we'll walk in front of the car in a minute. Oh, don't know how we found our way into that fence. Can we do something with this? I mean, it seems like there would be an interactive element to one of these aspects, but it doesn't seem like we can touch anything here. I've been mostly keeping up with talking to people occasionally. I haven't maybe been on top of all of the caravan people, but like, haven't really thought there was much need to speak to them.
Inside, you see a set of stereo
I know
levers,
all about
a
what's in
radio
there.
microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft
Radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Report the dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build, looks like he fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Where'd the rest of the vomit go? Over the railing? Probably over the railing.
Any signs of violence?
Seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
She repeats.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
Oh, she got all that on the first read, huh? There's a lot of details there.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He's wearing boots, trousers, an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. Found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. Belongs to someone named Billy Mahane.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue.
Oh, we don't have to do that. Okay.
That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there
Okay.
anything else I can do for you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information. They promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning.
Fair enough.
Do you have any other questions?
I forgot when I had said that, so I just wanted to check anyway. Connect me to Jamrock Public Library, please.
Hold on, officer.
It's about that other thing we were just talking about. Oh, they made a silly face in the chat there. It's a quote, ellipsis quote. Oh no, it's another one. They're taking over. Oh god, it's an army.
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call.
I was so
in two,
scared.
1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
A new person again.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist.
Like me.
This is how people get when the police call.
Looking for any information that you can provide for Billy Magine, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said?
No,
Give me a moment,
Magine.
I'll have to check our database.
I decided. I'll have to check the database, put some on the receiver, okay. Magine? No, they're back! I can't handle them, they're building another army. That's 6 now.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
No, I love phones. I guess.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yeah, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments.
I had a feeling it might be,
all.
considering that's where we have all spaces for NPCs to go. You have any other information on him?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
You know someone who was?
Marie?
Marie Callender?
Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Can Marie describe what the husband looked like?
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
And what was he wearing?
1 second.
Librarian turns away from the phone and relays the question.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta ask, right? You know the husband's
Sorry,
name?
no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Alright. So Billy Magine is not a woman, is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me.
Ah.
Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
Okay.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Alright, that's it. No other questions. End call.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
We reported the body, we checked on the armor, we called the library, so... No, I think that's it.
57th, over and out.
Did you tell the precinct you found your badge? Ah, shit. No, I don't think I did. I almost thought maybe they didn't need to know at this point, but you're right. Why wouldn't they need to know? Of course they need to know that.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
She's gonna be pissed.
A pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I
Hey,
assist you?
Alice, sorry, I forgot. Could you connect me to 41st? Sorry.
Just a moment, officer.
Thank you for your candor.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Okay, I'm happy to report that I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to use then.
I'm not telling you about the gun, though. I can't handle another round of that. Yeah, very in character, exactly. Okay, bye.
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Yeah, I thought there'd be more difficulties there. Fairly straightforward, though. Alright, so back to the locusts. Our favorite topic of conversation. Where'd he go? Mr. Morel? Seems to have... Oh, he's probably gone to bed because he's ill. Alright, that's fine. I can tell you.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face.
Yeah, I restocked the empty trap. Where's Morel?
Thank you for doing that, dear.
No problem.
Her smile is wary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Oh, ebullience. Is that a type of stock cube? I have to look that one up too. Oh, ENCE, of course. The quality of being cheerful and full of energy. Ah. Never heard of that word in my life. I've heard of exuberance. I've heard of buoyancy and cheerfulness and joy. Merriment. Sunniness. Effervescence. Jubilation. Chirpiness. Perkiness. Elation. Exhilaration. Vivacity. Euphoria. Zest. Pep. Never heard of ebullience. I'll try and lock that one in, though. It sounds good.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Only the hardcore players left, huh? It's probably for the best. Awfully cold out in the reeds. Yeah, let's let him rest.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times.
It's really not that big a deal. It's okay.
Such as field work. A young person's game, as they say.
Yeah. Like Twitch streaming. I know about it.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here? So who's going to check the traps?
Morel will eventually. Or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
Okay, brilliant. As long as somebody's going.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
I'm not... No, I can't... I told Kim I wouldn't go back out again, so... Yeah, no, I'm not going... I don't think... That's... I told him I wouldn't. We did a whole bunch of favors. I mean, I personally don't mind at all. It's really no problem, but Kim is, like, not having it, and I understand. We've done a lot of nonsense that isn't related to the case. I don't want Kim to be mad at me, though. We'll take care of it.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
That's just the alcoholism, ma'am?
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Lena, what's wrong? You seem different.
Different? How?
The half moons of her glasses reflect you as she looks up to you. At you. You're not telling me the whole story.
Not. It's not that.
She doesn't know how to end the sentence. What is it then?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
Oh, for fuck's sake, don't tell me this has all been a lie the whole time. Is she about to tell me there was never any story? Like, this story, it was in her imagination. She knew it was fake, and she kind of went along with it because it gave her made people give her attention. Is that what's going on here? She just kind of enjoyed the ride of it, and, like, now it's been too much.
And when a police officer asks, you must answer.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story?
This sounds like she's setting me up for what I just said.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
Please tell me that you didn't genuinely know it wasn't real and you were just stringing people along for attention, or all of this talk about it recently has given you self-reflection and you've come to the conclusion that it is not real. Morel told me you'd seen it. You also told me.
Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
Right, and so you got strung into this, keeping the lie going for everyone else's sake, sort of, too.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
Wait, so is there any basis for this thing at all? Or are we completely just going off of your sighting now? I don't even remember. I should arrest you for lying. No, I don't know if we'll go that far. Are you saying you made it up? Or you seem to really believe it happened? Does that count for something? You seem to really believe it happened.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence, that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too.
Okay, so what changed then?
That I am a queen, an extraordinary witness to grace.
Okay, suggestion?
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was...
What? I don't know what you're saying.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything.
First, tell her that her marriage hasn't been a lie. Yeah, because, like, I just wanted these people to be happy for whatever the reason they're together was. So, like, sure, their marriage isn't a lie. I hope I pass it. It's an 83% red check, though.
An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
Wrong or not, your relationship with Morel isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic
No, this is making me sad. I don't like this.
If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Morel hated lecturing. You convinced him to do something real in this world, or... Normally when I think about stuff like women and marriage, I feel bad. When I think about you, Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something. Yeah, I'll say that.
Oh, of course it counts for something. But we've had our hard times, too.
He looks down at her legs.
I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists... If I didn't tell him that story...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
I don't know. Say nothing.
I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must go before I start crying and waste more of it.
Jeez, I wasn't expecting, like, a massive emotional moment in this story. I thought it was just sort of a... I don't want to say background noise, but, like, flavor to the world, more so than an arc, per se.
What you have to know is, the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
Thing is, you're not sure you made it up either. Right? She's not sure. She's not saying, I'm positive that I made this up, or that it was a false memory. She's just saying, I now think my doubts are more important than my non-doubts, I guess. You're not sure you made it up
I'm
either.
not sure of anything. Sometimes
I was just
still
worried it
see
was
you know,
malicious for a minute, and that's
real
sad.
memory.
Like another level
Not the
of sad.
memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Yeah. I don't know, should we be charitable towards this thing that is like, there's nothing to it anymore?
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
See, I cut both ways in my life, right? Like, my skepticism when it comes to people being malicious, I can completely turn off my humanity sometimes when it comes to that. If someone's being awful to people, conning them, lying about stuff, and they're doing it for their own, you know, personal gain, I will come down on those people in that case. But when it's a case where it's just like, you kind of half believe a truth because of something that brought you to love, and that turned into a whole nother life, I find it really difficult to be brutal in that situation. I don't really want to disabuse her of a thing, but I also don't really know any better than she does, whether it's true or not. And it's not that I have counter evidence against her, and I don't really know how every nuance of this world works compared to my own. So it doesn't really strike me as a situation where I want to say cruel things to her, or, you know, why would you want to do that anyway? But, you know, I don't think there was malice here. Rising and folding from the reeds on a hot summer's day like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home.
Or
to
is she just
Jamrock
doing the same thing
before
again
we
now?
overstay our welcome with Gary.
You know, did she feel in a case where, like, someone gave her some attention, she really appreciated that attention, and she was, like, happy to fall into this fabrication, or whether she knew it's a fabrication, knew it or doesn't know it, I don't know. And now she still knows it was never really a thing, but she's just sort of half in, half out. And that's still benefiting her, and everyone wants to be charitable, because why would you want to be cruel? No, I want there to be one more step to this. I want this to actually be a complete reversal, and the truth is, it is real. And if we check the traps one more time, we'll find that it is actually real. And all of these things that we doubted and had all of this confusion about were actually confirmed in the story. Because that's possible to happen too. I'm so far checked out in the other direction that I'm forgetting the possibility that I don't know if it could just be real. I'll check the traps again.
Really?
I'm sorry, Kim.
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
Can I have your address just in case there's news?
Okay. It's 1113 Tabernacle Road. Jamrock, but...
Good old Tabernacle. But what?
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
From a literary standpoint, they've situated all these stories in a world that's just close enough and far enough from our real world that leaves room for doubt and suspension disbelief. Right, and I keep forgetting that, and I keep saying to myself, no, this isn't how the world works, and then I keep reminding myself, no, this isn't the world. This is a sandbox for writing, obviously. We all know that. And it's possible that the writer wants to give us a happy ending here. Right? It's possible. I don't know if it's true, but it might be. And in this case, to confirm all of this for her, in the off chance, even if it's an incredibly small chance, that it gives her whole life, her life's arc and trajectory meaning, that's so much easier to deal with than Kim being frustrated with me for a few minutes. Who is has demonstrated over and over again he's a very understanding person and will probably tolerate my bullshit a little more, even though I'm probably pushing him a little longer than I should have, and it's a bit off for me to do what I'm doing. Are you gonna need help getting to Gary's? Are you sure you don't need help?
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own.
Okay.
This old thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
And I also think that too. I think Kim, although he's probably frustrated, will also see the greater good and the bigger picture here. He seems to work like that mostly. I would love for, even for Kim's sake, for this to be a happy ending. Because it would also validate a lot of things that he was frustrated with. Everyone would win if we find this fucking bug. It's been a pleasure, ma'am.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything.
I have to be more like
Truly.
the kind green ape.
Even though it turned out to be a...
You know, the sentence remains unfinished.
A waste of time.
We don't know that.
A dream.
Because you know what she's saying there? That's really breaking my heart. Is if she thinks all of this is a waste of time, she thinks her whole life was a waste of time, and I can't handle that. It makes me almost cry.
A fool's hope, say her lips moving in silence.
A fool's hope.
Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's raining.
We should go too.
I'm sorry, Kim. Go to the apartment to deliver the bad news. It's in the apartment buildings north, Martinez, apartment 20. I have to be more like the kind green ape. It's just the right way to be. Just be kind. It's meditating. Just observing. Passively. What was that word again for something that's turning green? It's probably too far up now in the chat to find it anymore. It started with ver. Like vermilion. Virescent. Yeah. Okay, I have to not think virulent or virality. Or, yeah, all of those words are very similar. Oh boy. Alright, save game. You don't suppose I can check... What did he just... I just saw the word titties in the corner. What was that? It might have been under the camera, actually. I'm not sure if it popped up. Oh yeah, it does say that. If it's titties, then... Okay, cool. You don't think we could check the trap immediately, do you? Because, like, I kind of want to know as soon as possible if that's anything. I just barely saw it, like, a couple of frames before it disappeared, so I wasn't sure if I was just hallucinating. Not that it would be that particularly shocking in this game. They use all sorts of language. Feels strange to check immediately, but probably works. Yeah, they're probably intending for you to check tomorrow, but I don't know that it matters. I'd actually just like to know if it works, if anything. Because I'm sure if it doesn't work, the narrator will be like, oh, you just put the locus in there, you should probably check later. It's just normal video game stuff, you know? I'm not even joking when I say be more like the kind green ape. I might actually think of that in my life, in normal day-to-day business. I feel like in a moment of turbulence, I need to have that thought and go like, just think about that. What a silly thing, but this game is surprisingly affecting. I admire you for not giving up on the hope of the locust. It's not so much about the locust, it's about her. It's about them. I want them to be okay and to find validation if that's what is so troubling to them. And more so her than him, but...
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
Wow, I didn't think we'd get an empathy check on the locusts. Well, I mean, on a basic level, I feel the smallest amount of empathy for insects, but not so much locusts. And I think I have a sort of overactive empathy some of the time, but that one even supersedes my own. Alright. I'm supposing that was not actually a result. It was just there are still locusts there for now. We'll have to keep looking at it every day and see if anything changes. Maybe over the course of multiple days, the locusts will even die if nothing gets them. I don't know. Let's, I want to check the trap at the front again. I'm assuming they're still around. Song reminds me of Majula. I could totally get that, yeah. It's a little less twinkly and... Well, it's almost more ethereal in some ways. I was gonna say it's less ethereal, but no, I think it's the opposite. Can't sit on the swing set ever again, can I? It's a sad statement.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Still, no phasmid.
I think that's a different description than we got last time I looked at them.
Poor things.
Just get empathy checks all over the place. Pair of the Seek quest, yeah, absolutely. Sync signs with Noid. Dead body on the boardwalk. Right, I guess it's to the apartment then. We still have to kill a little more time until 2200, so apartment's the next thing that's easily doable here. Don't let me forget to check on the traps more, though. I definitely want to see if anything changes with that. I say probably starting tomorrow I'll look at them again. I went the communist route, but I was a little bit unsure if I should. I didn't have a particularly strong draw toward it. It just sort of felt right at the time. And I'm not sure if I even will be happy that I chose that, but it is what I picked. Serious question, do people really say 2200? That's what I just said, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I just said that. Honestly, all of the routes, except not picking one, are incredible. Oh, okay. Where am I going? To the apartments, which are up through here. Oh yeah, you wait till you see my confirmed kill count. Insert copy pasta. That's me. Why is this green? You hear the sound of running water. Someone's washing dishes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like my ears have really been coming alive. What apartment number is this? Shoes come in 3 different sizes.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity.
I don't really want to do this yet.
Mr. Uno de Reuter.
But I know where it is now. Uno de Player. It's upstairs, isn't it? It's this way. Hello.
Hello again, officers.
Okay, goodbye. No, this is not how we go. This is... What room is this? Ah, the coal chamber. And then up here is a locked door. Yeah. I forgot that the other balcony is the way to everything. This is just only this spot. Oh.
Ruination has come.
Ruination?
The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building.
That's sad.
It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Yeah, I just forgot this isn't also connected to the other side for some reason. I don't know why I thought they were. Form a guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Look at the runes in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Sounds like it's all in the ocean, then. Who did this damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army.
Wow.
Hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful, The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
Jesus Christ. Gyroscopes and seafloor anchors?
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannon still ready to placate Revachol.
Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Okay. Nothing's changed in there, I don't think. I've forgotten what apartment I was looking for.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon.
I'm pretty sure it's this one.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door.
Yeah.
This is going to be so hard.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
I guess that's for our sake that there's folk music playing on the radio, so there's less chance the person inside is just listening to us talk in front of their apartment.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself.
It is indeed my first time playing it. I agree, it's a very good game. I put it off playing it way too long.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice on how to tell her he's
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
Yeah? Yeah, that's almost always good advice. And also telling people to calm down is not a good thing to do most of the time. There are maybe a couple of cases where it might be helpful, but it's like almost never a good idea. Not that you would tell someone to calm down in this circumstance, of course. Alright, I guess that's...
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Knock.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door. Also, the guy who replied to your Star Wars tweet with a spoilers thing, haven't watched you in years, but stream is chill as hell. Oh, thanks very much. Also, yeah, it was silly, like, to say... I was thinking, how can I turn that into a reverse joke about that the spoiler was that he loved harmonica, but I turned it over about 3 times and then abandoned the idea.
And someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billy Mayne's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
Pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. Same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. I wouldn't normally search their apartment before talking, but, like, it actually might help with some of the discussion, maybe? Packages of humanitarian aid macaronis. I thought it was just macaroni. Window covered in old newspaper clippings. Can't they afford curtains? Chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. A textbook for high school mathematics, trigonometry mostly. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the wall. Clock ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Ticking makes you anxious, rings hollow in the room.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
Oh no. So this whole time when I kept bothering that poor woman, saying your husband's missing, he was freaking dead. Oh. You're killing me.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
I'm so sorry, Alex.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
It's not about the cockatoo.
She just nods. Keep it together. Your body language shouldn't give it away.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
She shakes her head and tries to laugh it off. I wish I wasn't such a lunatic to her before.
How about some small talk before you break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
You live here with Victor, your husband, right?
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned them at the book stand. Oh, I should have just told her straight away, shouldn't I?
Mm-hmm. They came home later. They're good girls.
I don't see anyone at home.
The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out.
She swallows visibly.
Out where?
He has a problem with drinking. And so he disappears every now and then. He's probably in the parks drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up.
You remember what he was wearing the last time you saw him?
His old leather jacket.
Can you describe it?
It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so...
What about the inner lining? Bright blue?
Yes. The lining is hand-sewn. It's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
She folds her hands across her chest. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Maheen, was found dead on a Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
He touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, man.
What happened to him?
Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. Still early to say, but at first glance it seems like he slipped and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Hard to say.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
The lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away the tears. Is there anyone we could call for you, a friend or family member? Someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
Unreal.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
I don't know. That's like, it's not up to me. If I was in that position, I would want to know as soon as it was possible to know. Empathy seems to think it's better to take your time, but I don't know if I agree. Oh, they're at a sleepover currently, right? This is gonna sound weird, but I think as a kid, anytime that sort of thing happened where the adults are like, let them have fun, we'll deal with it when it's over, I kind of always felt like that was patronizing. And I feel like I don't think that's how I would do things if I was the parent. I would want to know the same way the adults know at the moment they get to know. I don't know why it even matters, really, because you're right, it probably, like, I get both sides of the argument, too, but personally, I feel like I'd rather know instantly or as soon as it's possible, too. I don't know. Again, it's not my choice. I'd really think it should be her and her children. Weirdly, I think the distance is more traumatic to me. The fact that you're like, oh, it's only extremely important, but for some reason it's okay to just not tell you for a while. Something about that gap of space. I feel like that is trauma in a slight way, but I don't know if that even makes sense to anyone but myself. Oh, right, yeah, it's okay, that's a fair point. It's not that there is a fresh crisis happening that they're waiting with bated breath for a resolution to. The dad is passively missing. So the space has already been created. It's not a new space that we're making now. Okay, fair enough. Let's take a day to recover. That changes my thought.
It's probably the right thing. Thank you.
I do think that matters, though. Like, if they already saw him as missing in some way, and it's not that we're now saying just, you know, you found out, but wait another day. Anyway, I've made the decision, so.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
They might have wondered previous times you went missing if he had died in the back of their minds. Mm-hmm.
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact info.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath. Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her. Leave the room.
You did well.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
Can we, like, check in on her or something at least later? What about Billy?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Alright. This is closed then.
Let's go.
Wow, that was really heavy. You volunteered to restock the empty trap for the cryptozoologists. They even gave you fresh boxes of locusts. Could, after some messing around, probably lead to a discovery. It's interesting that every single thing... Oh. I stupidly thought I was still in the active tab, and I thought that I had, like, the top level of all of these things done, but there was still another layer that wasn't. So I was going to say it's funny that I've solved some aspect of every single one of them, but never finished them, but, you know. Yeah, that was a really carefully considered and well-written interaction. Well voice-acted, well-scripted. Very impactful, very sad. And it takes into account a whole spectrum of human psychology that is kind of hard to quantify in a video game, and they did a really good job of it. It obviously brought me to tears instantly. That's how good they did. I think part of what makes it hit the way it does also how much is in the background, yet no less tragic than things we're actively investigating. Well, you know what it does is it legitimizes the scope of the world in a way. Because you see that character as a sort of a side character, right? You don't see her as like a main player in this story. But what it does is it recontextualizes everything, so you now see her as she's right front and center for a moment. And it brings it back around, so a couple of things that you thought were sort of like off to the side puzzle pieces are just as important as anything else we're doing. The game really gets you by trying to trick you into being an asshole. Yeah, I wish I didn't do that. I guess I probably didn't do as bad a few things as I could have, but it certainly changes the whole dynamic. Puts you on the back foot intentionally. You know, like, it puts you in a position where you walk into the room already feeling terrible about what you're gonna do, and then it's like a further jab going, like, you also made her feel like shit for no reason before, because you're just dealing with your own shit. Ooh, that was a lot. What happens if I talk to her from over here? I forget.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
No.
Trying to snuff me out?
No! Stop. I don't think you did her bad one. I was just talking shit, like, just... We got onto that whole thing about the cockatoos, right? And he was just being an absolute bizarre lunatic to her. Obviously, I wouldn't have said anything resembling those thoughts at all, but... It was a moment of almost, like, wistfulness, where you think... Oh, this isn't, like, anything related to anything. This lady's just standing here. And so if you're a little playful and you say something a bit stupid, it's like, oh, maybe we won't really see her again, or it won't really come back. No, it does. You never know when somebody shows up front and center in your life again. I suppose. Oof, that was a lot. Alright, I'm gonna stop here because that was enough for today, I'd say. A very heavy set of actions. I felt like the first 2 hours or so, I was a little bit into, I was like, not glazed over, but I wasn't like following every single thing because we were talking about the computer stuff quite a lot, and a lot of like very abstract stuff at the start. We did the whole bit about the factory, right, and all the specifics about engineering, and the guy that had his kid there, and I was like, yeah, I don't really know all the specifics of what you're saying, but it's a lot of cool world building. And then we went off to do the cathedral thing and talk to her. And then we kind of brought it back and had a lot of emotional moments right after that with Lena and the cryptids and, you know, the dead husband story. I guess it makes sense after this many hours. We're starting to see some of the stories pay off. In that they're all building up towards their own like minor climaxes, whatever they happen to be. And I actually have been playing this game for quite a few hours, even though it doesn't really feel like it. It's just time just melts away when you're in these conversations sometimes. It'll be 30 minutes occasionally just going back and forth learning stuff. And then you do that 2 or 3 times, it's like, oh, it's been an hour and a half. I just walked back and forth a couple times. I have played Outer Wilds, actually, fairly recently, did a full playthrough of it. It should be in my collections if you're interested in watching that. It was quite a few episodes, actually. I think I did everything there is to do in the main game. And I tried to take this approach here as well. I think my approach toward Disco is even a little bit more analytical and empathetic. I was a little bit frustrated at a few points in Outer Wilds. I'm much more in love with this game than I am with Outer Wilds, but I like that one as well. Yeah, I did try Obra Dinn a long time ago, and it didn't click for me, but I should revisit it, though, because I probably should let it click for me, because I know that there's some really good work in there. Does anybody have good insight into Animal Well? Ah, yeah. Well, there's a particular YouTuber that I now don't know the name of that I watch the videos explaining all the ending stuff. I won't say it here, obviously. Those things do exist. You can use our spoiler channel on the Discord if you want. Just say what you're about to discuss and then use a spoiler tag on the actual spoiler text. And you can write anything you want in there. I've done like 80% of the Animal Well stuff, except for the most extreme stuff at the very, very, very end. So I mostly know it, and I've watched people explain all of it, so... Alright. Thanks very much for being here, guys. I appreciate your companionship, and, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing more of this. But man, that was really heavy. I'm a little bit emotional already to begin with, because, like, you know, I'm missing Lynn. She's in another country for months yet, and I'm not going to get to see her for a long time, and sometimes I'm, like, already a bit on edge. It's not that I can't handle it or anything, but, like, I didn't expect that I was going to be suddenly in tears It really caught me very quickly. But yeah, it was a good moment. It was well written, masterfully made game, obviously, and looking forward to deconstructing other bits of it in the future. So at the latest, I'll have another session for you on Saturday. I'll clip this up and put it into the collection with the other pieces, and I will see you next time. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll have something on tomorrow. All right. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. If you haven't followed already, please consider doing that. And feel free to join our Discord anytime. We could always use more people on there, actually, so feel free to stop by, chat about games or whatever you like. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Good night.